Anyone know what we
Mang
have done? Anyone recall? Yeah,
MongoDB Express
MongoDB, Express, and
React.
React.
we have
Today
not
we
done
will
React.
learn nodes.
Okay, we have discussed about these things, but we have not, haven't discussed React. We can't do Node over here. This is not the place. Okay. Apart from that, we have discussed about Node a lot in detail. We have discussed about MongoDB a lot. Express is just the basic thing use we are gonna use for our routing and setting up the server. Okay. So in the last class, we have done all these things. So we're gonna use all these things and set up our backend first. Okay. So we have discussed that every project have two different thing, four different parts, and among those, the three parts are backend, routing, and the what do we call the database. So we're going to start with those things. We're going to set up those things because we have already discussed that. And once we are completing that, then we're going to come to the front end, that is a React. Okay, and we're gonna make discuss about React, what is the advantages, everything we're gonna discuss about it from the zero, and then we're gonna make our basic app. So what we're gonna make today is, let's first find out that thing. Okay, so we're gonna make in shorts app. It's a quite famous news app, the mobile news app, where it tried to deliver the news in 60 seconds. Okay, so this will be the page that we're gonna make. Okay, this will be having the news, and when we move down, it will keep scrolling. It will not stop until the load more button occurs, and it has different cards with certain kind of components that we're gonna discuss. What are those? When we wanna make database, and then we have a menu icon over here. We will not create this thing, but we will definitely try to put this icon as well over here, and a basic structure look like this. Okay, so this is what we're gonna make. We're gonna exactly get the photos, everything from here only, and directly paste it on the server. Okay, so let's start. Before starting, we need to first find out really is the server already working in our computer or not. So for that, we're gonna start our backend server on a local host 8000. So if I just run it up, it will look like this. Okay, but the moment I start my server, it will show me something else. Okay, so let's first find out that. So for that, I'm gonna come to my VS Code, and these are the things that we were doing in last class. Okay, we cannot discuss in much detail because we have a quite restricted time. If I have more time with you guys, what we can do is we can completely do it in very details, the point out very detailed things, and I can make sure that you can have a good resume if you are going from full stack developer making projects that can you put in your resume. But as such, we don't have time as of now. So yeah, right now we're gonna do is we're gonna make a folder over here that will be our project. So I'm gonna say uh, minor project, and inside this again I will create two folders. One would be front end, and there will be one more folder backend. Okay, and coming to the now, just we don't need it. We're gonna move open only this folder so that we don't need these files. So I'm gonna just open this folder only. Okay, we made the backend, but anyways, let's make again. We're gonna have a backend. Okay, so first we need to find out like what are the things we have to do in a backend. First is that the backend needs to send these news apps, right? The news, the headlines, it need to be there. It has to send who wrote this, the time, the description about it in 60 words. That's what the complete in shorts is about. Then it has the publication's name and the image. And one more thing is it is quite responsive as well. Okay, so anyone doesn't know what I mean by responsive? Anyone who doesn't know what I mean by responsive? Everyone is clear what is a responsive website or responsive app look like? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is a completely responsive thing, and this is what we're gonna do as well. that will be the part of a front end, but the backend needs to send these news to the front end. Okay, so this is the duty of the backend. And before doing so, the backend has to be responsive to the request that the front end is making to the backend. So we're gonna start with that. For doing so, I'm gonna come inside the backend and make one file as usual. That would be our index.js. And along with this, I will also open a terminal to initialize npm. I will just change the folder to backend, and inside this, I'm gonna just put npm init. It will initialize the complete scenario over here. It will put some files and everything over here so that we can do something with it. Okay, one more thing is do side by side all the things that I'm doing, because after this class you will not get any advice or something like that. So do all these things side by side. If you want, I can slow the speed as well. I can stop for 5 minutes. You can come tell me that can be done, but do it side by side. Okay, so this is asking me a package name. Let it be backend, version, description, entry point index.js, test commands not needed, git velocity we have not done. No. Author will be me for this. License not required till now. Yes. So it has it has initialized and it has put package.json. Now I will install few things. So the first thing would be is I will be needing Express. Okay, we can do the things without Express as well, but over here we are installing Express so that it will make our work easier. And how to do the things without Express? Again, we have to use a default module that Nodes comes with, that is HTTP, but we don't have a time to explore that right now. Maybe possible in the future. Okay, so we have installed Express, and how to check is it installed or not? We are gonna come into the package.json and we can see in the dependencies it is saying Express. Okay, the next thing we want is that we need to connect to the database. Okay, what is a database? How to connect to a database? That's not a point, but we need a tool that will help us to do so. Okay, so the perfect tool for doing that thing would be is Mongoose. So I'm gonna say npm I Mongoose. Okay, till the time it is installing, let's coming back to our index.js and let's use the Express to start our server. So for that, I'm gonna say first we need to require the Express. So what will I do? I will just say constant Express equal to require, and over here we're gonna put Express. Okay, so this part will provide me the express class, and I need to create an object of it. So that I'm gonna say app is equal to express, and I'm gonna use app dot listen port. Okay, so here we are creating a server using the express. So we need to tell on which port of our computer it needs to create a server on. So for now, I'm gonna just put constant port 8000. Okay, I'm passing it. Along with this, it also have a callback function that will say console.log uh, server is listening on port. Okay, so it has been. I'm gonna just save it up and let's see is it working or not. Okay, so for doing so, what I have to do is I have to write node, and after that I have to just write the name of the file. Right, this is a standard way to do it. Yet for now, we will also do this same thing only. Okay, it has started the thing. We are able to see server is listening. That's great. It is doing over here. That's great. And if I come over here to our browser and come over here and reload this, we can see we are getting cannot get. It means the server has been started and it is responding. Okay, so now I'm waiting for you guys to do this thing and report. Have you till this? Tell me this till this. Any doubts? Any problem you have? Or complete this up. Start your server, and then we're gonna continue. Anyone has any doubts? Okay, so these are the things that we have done in the last part only. But the question that nobody is asking is that if you know the JavaScript, that's great. But if you don't know the JavaScript, perfectly fine. But if you know JavaScript, then you must be knowing that there is no keyword called require in the JavaScript. So how are we getting this? Nobody have a question like this, like why we are getting a require keyword over here? How can we use it? It's not a keyword of a JavaScript by default. So how can we get this? Anyone have any question like this? Are you guys all familiar? How are we getting this require? Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So anyone know how I am able to get this require thing? So actually, what really happens is when we, whenever we want to run any JavaScript file from the node, what does the node do? Node creates a immediate calling function. What is the immediate calling function? Anyone know? Immediate calling function looks like something like this function, and then it will call this as well. Okay, so immediate calling function looks something like this. Okay, where we have a function body, we have function params, but we don't have a function name. The function is immediately called when it is written. Okay, by writing a double rounded brackets after this. Okay, so what really do is it whatever we write over here, it will round these things in something called like this immediate calling functions, and over there, it inside this it will give five keywords. Okay, what are those five keywords? Uh, let's find out. Okay, so there are that first will be, as you should know, is that is a require. Okay, require tells us the things that we can use or something like that. Okay, the second would be is that uh, it will tell us exports. Okay, what I mean by exports, uh let's say uh, we are making another class where we have just a one function, but we want to use that function over here. We're going to do it, that something like that. But for doing so, what we have to do is we have to export that in that file, and so that we can import it over here. Okay, we can use those that function over here by exporting that. So there is a keyword called exports that it gives us. There is a require that it gives us. There is a another keyword called module that it gives us. Then it gives two constant values as well. One is a file name and the second is a directory name. Okay, what is a file name? The file name contains the name of the file that we are running with the node, and a directory name contains the address of that file name, where that file exactly is on our computer. So that is what this function gives us whenever we want to run uh, any JavaScript file with a Node.js, and we can use those five parameters or whatever you can call it, like keywords over here, so that we can do something with that. Okay, tell this anyone has any doubts. Tell this anyone has any doubts.
No, sir.
Okay, tell this everyone has completed their work.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay, so the point here would be is if I make any change over here now, I have to start the server again, and that's not a good point over here because it will take a lot of time for us to do the things. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna install uh, library, you can say, again in a computer that will help us to remove this discrepancies and time consuming things. So that is called nodemon.
And
So what for doing so, what you have to do over here is that you have to write npm install nodemon slash dash g. So it will globally install NodeMon in your system so that you can use it in anywhere. Wherever you want to run a JavaScript file, you just can use it and it will run. But what is the advantage of this? Let's find out. Okay, so for when we run node.index.js now, what we really do, we just run that file. But if we want to make some changes, we need to stop this and start again. But NodeMon do that stuff itself. So if I just say um, NodeMon index.js. Okay, so if I do something like this, it will start it. And whenever I save this with whenever I click Control Save over here, it will restart it. Okay, it will do it itself. Okay, so that is a easy way to find out the immediate changes that we are making and see is it really working or not. Okay, so okay, server spelling is wrong. Okay, so that is an easy way and a fast way to find out the changes, the real-time changes, the work that we are doing over here. Okay, now the next thing that we want to do over here is that we need to connect to the database, right? We have discussed that over here we're gonna use a database MongoDB, but how to connect the MongoDB? There are two different ways to do it, and I want you guys to choose any one of it. Okay, first is we can connect our complete this project to local database. What would be that local database? We are doing that local database in the last class. We were working on a local database, local MongoDB. Okay, so that has been done using the local host and 2707. Another way to do it is using the MongoDB at least. Somebody was telling me about the cloud computing or something like that in the last class. So what we can do over there is we can connect it something like this over here where we have an in short database and we are connecting to it over here. So we can do any one of this work. You have to decide which one you want to go for. Backend with the cloud database that is Atlas, or we can connect it to a local database. Which one you want me to go for? Because if you will go for the cloud database, then I want one of you guys, to share the screen to set up that thing, because in my computer it has already been set up, but in your one maybe not. You need to create a new account. So for that thing, I want anyone to be volunteer and share their screen so that we can do that if we are going for the cloud database. Otherwise, for local database, it's pretty easy. So you guys have to decide which one I should go for. Which one? Cloud database of the MongoDB Atlas, yeah, or MongoDB Compass?
Sir, Compass one.
Yes,
Compass, sir.
Compass. Okay, let's go with the Compass only then. Okay, so in how to connect our databases with the MongoDB is that we need to find out. For doing so, we have to maintain a proper structure of the code that we cannot use and everyone can read that. So for doing so, okay. So over here we are in the backend. In the backend, we need to create another file called database that will contain our file to connect to the database part. Okay, so database.js. Okay, in that this we're gonna create another file. Let's say db.js. Okay, so in this we're gonna require to connect to the local database. Okay, what does that local database contains? We're gonna just need to put the URLs, proper particular URL that will help us to do those things, and it will help us to do the things pretty fast. That will be with the help of a MongoDB. Okay, so for that I'm gonna say constant mongoose is equal to require mongoose. Okay, no, we don't want to do something like this. Okay, we got mongoose. Now we need to create a function. Let's say constant connection. Okay, and inside this, we need to connect inside a database. But let's for now let's put few certain things to check is the function running or not. Okay, so for that I'm going to say console.log connecting to the database. Okay, we're gonna remove this line later on. Now we have to do these things in a try catch. So if there is an error, we can catch it up. Error while connecting to the database. Okay, we need to connect it to a local database, and we want to run that local database. Okay, so for doing so, what we really want have to do is we have to connect it up, and then we have to say is it connected correctly or not. Okay, so for doing so, what we really have to do is we have to first generate a URL that will contain the link of that database. You just for example, if you want to shift your compass, the local database, to the cloud database, what you really have to do is you just have to change that URL and put the new URL, the cloud URL, so that rest of the things will remain same. So for doing so, what you really have to do is you have to say uh, constant URL URL. Okay, so for connecting the local database, there is a link called there is a address that we need to give is mongodb double colon slash, and by default the MongoDB is always connected to the port number 27017 localhost. Okay, so this is the address that we need to give. Okay, this particular address will contain our things that we want to look in. Okay, so that is the address we're gonna give, and after that we need to also tell the collection name that we want to go for. Okay, so over here, let's say collection database name, basically not the collection name, database name. So I will say local host 27017, and then uh, news, that will be okay. Okay, okay. uh, this would be our URL. This will remain same for what, for local database. But if we want to connect to the cloud database, we just need to change this link to the cloud one. Okay, I will show you how does the cloud one look like as well, how to set up that as well if you want. Okay, the next thing that we need to do is we need to connect it up. For that we have to use mongoose. There's a function called connect, and in that we need to pass two things. First would be the URL from for which it needs to connect, and the second would be as a callback function. No, not the callback function. It's the second would be is the parameters. Okay, what are these parameters? These are the constant parameters that needs to be there. Okay, there is no logic as such behind it. It's just a thing that needs to be there. New use. Okay, let me just check. I properly don't remember these usually. Okay, I have closed that one. Okay, new use new URL parser, URL parser true. This, and second was use Unified. Use unified topology. Okay. And this also needs to be true. After this, I'm gonna put then. So if that function becomes connected to the database, it will call then function, and that will contain a callback function uh, saying that it has a data for the result. For example, console log uh, MongoDB is connected with local server, and let's just say this only, that much be fine. We are not using data. Yeah, this will work. Okay, so we are just saving it up, but we have not called this function. So for calling this function, we need to export it and we need to call it in our main file, right? So what we really have to do is we have to say module dot exports, and here just passing connection. Okay, so we have export this connection. Now we need to import it up in the index.js. So local files. Okay. Some add some comments as uh, module imports. Okay, now we need to import this up, and for that I'm going to say constant connection is equal to require, and we need to pass this database. And this is okay, database.js. Okay, we have renamed it wrongly. It will be just database. Okay, database db. After this, we just need to call this function connection, and let's see. Okay, so if you see over here, what is it saying? Connection to the database. Server is listening to port number 8. MongoDB is connected with local server. It means our database has been connected. So this line is not required anymore, as our connection is working correctly, perfectly fine. So now I want you guys to connect this up to your local database. I'm waiting for 2 minutes. Tell me when it's done. Does anyone has any doubts? Whatever I have written, why I have written, any keywords, anything you want to ask. Are you guys able to hear me loud and clear, right? There is no problem today.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so anyone has any doubts? Yes or no?
No, sir.
Okay, so please connect to your database and report me up. Then we're gonna move forward. I hope you guys doing side by side with me, right?
Yes, sir.
These are the things we have done in our last class about MongoDB, Node.js, and everything. But when we come to React, we will spend half an hour, 1 hour in the theory of React.js as well. Don't worry about that. And only then we're gonna make the front end. But about the backend, we have discussed about it. This is just a way of implementing those things.
Sir, can you explain again mangoes?
What part you need me to explain?
Line number 7, sir.
Line number 7. Okay. So for connecting to the database, we have installed one library called Mongoose. Okay, it is a library that acts in between our MongoDB and our Node.js application to do certain kind of a task that will be make our work easier. Okay, we can do it by installing MongoDB as well. There is a another library MongoDB, and that will not use Mongoose and directly help us to connect it up. But there are more of the things that Mongoose can do than just connecting to it. So that's why we are using MongoDB Mongoose over here. So Mongoose, in the Mongoose there is a file. We have required it is using the variable called mongoose, where we can have all the function that are present in our mongoose, and there is a function called connect. Okay, this connect returns a promise. Okay, what I mean that it can be accepted, it can be rejected. So for that I have put over here dot then. What is dot then do? Dot then help us to do certain kind of a things when a certain event occurs. So here what does it means is when it is connected to database, then this will run. And when it is connecting to database, for connection it requires two things. Okay, the first would be is where it has to connect. It has to connect locally, it has to connect in the cloud database, where it has to actually connect. Okay, so for that here we are just passing the URL for the particular place that it needs to be connected. For example, it needs to be connected to a cloud database. Then this URL will change to the cloud URL. Okay, how does it look like? Mm, Okay, so if you want to connect with the database, the cloud URL wants me to put this thing in my URL. Okay, and if you really doesn't know how to put it or how to write it, you just need to use this one, and it will give you entire function that says how to do the things. So here also it has a connect thing, but the way of writing this is a little bit different. The way of writing that usually developers use, you can copy paste this as well. That's not a problem. And the second thing over here, if you see, it is the second parameter that it is using is the settings of the database, like how the database should be set. There is one more, we have used this too, and there is one more called server API, and something is there with it. You can skip this as well, you can put it as well, completely your choice. But these two needs to be done. These are the constant values. Okay, there is no logic behind it, like why we are doing it, what we are doing it. It's constant, because if you see connecting to the cluster, it's also there, and we have used that's exactly same thing over here as well. Okay, so this is just the database setting. It is requiring as a second parameter that we are passing, and when it is connected, then will run, where We are just stating the document that it is connected to the server. The connection has been made. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Anyone has any other doubts? Tell me when it's done so that we can move forward.
Hello sir, how do we install NodeMon?
Yeah, I wrote the command for installing the NodeMon. You just have to say npm I NodeMon. If you want to install NodeMon in this project only, but you want to use NodeMon everywhere else as well, that's usually the case. Then you just have to say dash g in the end so that it will be installed globally in your computer. Okay. So these are the two settings you can install. I would prefer to go with NodeMon globally because if you really want to develop in a full stack career using the Mon, then NodeMon is a must tool. So you can install it in this project as well. You can install it globally as well. I have already installed. So if I even though I run this command, it will not do anything for me. It will just download it again, update if the version is there is new version of it. Otherwise, it will not do anything. So the command is npm I nodemon dash g. So in your in your mm, college, if you are using college systems, you must be having a Linux in those systems. In my time, it is. So Linux systems, Ubuntu is there and everything is there. Okay. So it is saying it is already exist. The code already exists in my case. So that's why it is not installing anything else. But in your one, it will be installed. Okay, in Ubuntu and all, we have a sudo apt command that will help us to install everything, right? So this npm is similar to that one.
Excuse me sir, so can you
Yeah.
tell that what is this use new URL parcel? Because if I'm including these two codes, then it is giving error, and I looked up for error, it says not supported now, like in 6th version of Mongoose.
Yeah, maybe they have set it up to default. So, you can remove the one, I guess, uh, unified one was to be removed or not. But it's I have not updated the latest one. So this is the old one and that's why I'm getting these parameters. You can remove these parameters if you are connecting to by default. Otherwise, it will show the error if I don't put it in my one. And even the same is present in the cloud MongoDB as well. This is also not updated to the latest one, I guess. Okay, so you can put it if it is not getting connected. If it is getting connected by default, you can remove it. Completely fine, no problem. It's not much of a case over here because we will be having only one API that will be Git. Tell me when it's connected.
Yes, sir, completed.
Okay, everyone. Anyone who is still doing? Okay. So the next thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna define the schema. Okay, so what is a schema? Schema is like a structure that we define in a table. Because yesterday someone was also telling me that we don't have a particular structure with the MongoDB. But that's the thing. Okay, that is the one of the points that will put our complete project in uh, jeopardy or something. Okay, so for that we will be have to define the models like a particular collection. What does that can store and what are the key values? Okay, so for that, I'm gonna just come into backend and just create a new folder called models. Inside that, I'm gonna say uh, news.js. Over here, I'm gonna say constant mongoose require mongoose. Okay, and after this, I'm gonna define the schema. So let's say news schema mongoose dot new mongoose dot schema. Okay, over here I'm gonna say title. The news will have title. Okay, the type of the title would be string. Okay, and it is required. Okay, I'm gonna just duplicate these because it's quite simple model. But if we in the future if we got time and we will develop some big data, big projects, major projects, and those the model will be very difficult and there will be lots of other stuff as well. So we will be having a title. We will be having an author who wrote this, who wrote this article. That will be remain the same. Then we will be having the description of that 60 words. So that description. Okay, then we will be having a URL. What I mean by URL. So if I open the original application and if I just click on it, it will open a new app, new page of that news over Twitter. For example, it is by Twitter, so it is not opening. Uh, ANI news. If I just click on it, it will what happened? Yeah, it is opening the new application, new page. It is opening of that article. Okay, so that is done by the URL. So we will be having a URL again that will be required and string only. And we will be having a time. Time here will be is what do we call the thing over here? If you read, it is saying that when is this news is about. So that is what we need to put. Okay, then we are also adding link of the photo and everything. So let's say that as well. And then we have publisher. Okay, who published this article, like Twitter or something. And pretty much these are the 5 components: heading, author, time, description, image link, and this news publication. That's it. Okay, so these are the things. Okay, so this is our schema. And again, we're using the schema, we need to export it up. So I'm gonna say module dot exports is equal to mongoose dot model, and it has to be explored as news uh, new schema. Okay, so we have designed a schema. Does anyone have any doubts on the schema? We have just designed it. We have not used it. We're gonna use it now. So before that, anyone has any doubts on this?
No, sir.
Okay, so let's move forward in this. Okay, so now for using the schema, now we're gonna put some things in the database by default. Okay, so for that, what I want is I need to create a database that can be put inside. Create to create a data that will can be put inside our database. Okay, so for doing so, what will I do? I will just again come to the backend. You want me to stop here for you so that you can come back to me, or should I move forward? Should I wait?
No, sir.
Yes. Say louder.
Yes, sir, for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
So can you scroll down a little bit at the last end part
Yeah.
about the connection part last?
Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I've missed it, but can you explain the difference between model and schema?
Model and schema.
Yes.
Model and schema. Like what difference? They are practically the same thing. Like
I
model is
mean, like we're using the model method, right? And we are passing in the schema inside
no
it.
no no
So,
no. We are using schema only. We are defining the schema only
so we've
and
decided. Yeah, yeah.
passing it as a model so that we can rename this as a news.
Sorry.
Okay, we cannot
So we
use
can.
new schema everywhere, na? We are creating a model so that consider it as a class. Okay, when new schema this contains variables. Okay, the news contain this new schema contain variables, but when we pass it as a model and there is a news, renaming it with the news, we are also providing it a function so that it can insert and it can do the CURD operations for us.
Okay, okay, got it. So basically, we're creating a schema and giving a name to it, right?
Yeah, no. Basically, it's giving it a name. It is creating a class. Let just consider it in a layman language. It's creating a class
Okay.
where with the new schema, we are putting up the variables that will be required in that class.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and news will contain some other functions of the model, like inserting CURD operations that will be requiring to done. You will get to know when we're gonna create
Got
the
it.
API.
Got it. Got it. Got
We
it.
will create the controllers and everything. You will get to know.
So it will provide extra functionalities as well.
Yeah, extra functionalities will be there.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
So done, sir. You can continue.
Okay. Okay, now what I want is I need to put a data inside a database that it will be sending to the front end. Okay, so let's create a new folder that will be called constants. And inside that, I will be having a file constants.js. Okay, here I will be having constant data that will be array of objects. Uh, let's say title will be there. Hmm. Title will be there. Author. I'm just directly duplicating it with the original page of today's news. Okay, so there will be description. Time stamp, or the time what we have used was time stamp. Mm, okay, we cannot put something like this. Uh, let me just get the data from little bit old file of mine. Mm, mm. Actually, there was a problem in the timestamp. I cannot use that timestamp directly in our database. So I just got the original one. Mm, I will send these data to you guys as well. Okay, so this is my constants file that has been some news, and this title, author, description, URL, timestamp, link, is everything is already there. Okay, I just need to export it up. So module dot exports data. Okay, we got this up. Now I'm sending you to you guys as well in the chat. So again, we don't have to waste time in getting up the data. Mm, okay, I'm sending you data in two parts. Okay, I have sent you guys data as well. You can copy it in your constants folder. This is a standard data. Okay, there is no logic behind it, just the keyword that we are using so that we can fill some data in our database by default. Okay, so by default we are putting it, so let's just make a file default.js only. Default.js. Okay, so this will contain our data that this will put some data of that we're gonna use to put in a database whenever the server starts. Okay, so let's use this constants folder. data and put this in our database. So for doing so, again, we will be have to get some things. The first would be is we need to get news. Need to get news require from models news. Okay, and the second thing would be is we need to get a data. So I will say constant data require constants constant. Okay, so these two things will be required for putting the things inside our database. So let's create a function default uh, data. Okay, this will be asynchronous function. So in the last class, I told you guys to read about the asynchronous and synchronous. Has anyone done it? Yes or no? What is asynchronous? What is asynchronous API calls? Has anyone done it?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, have you done
Yes,
it?
sir.
Yeah. Can you tell me what is it?
So in like asynchronous, the system continues its work and also sends the request, so it does not stop for the response.
Yeah. So in
And
asynchronous calls, the system of the front end will not wait for the response. It can move forward. Okay, and it get the response. That's great. If it doesn't get the response, perfectly fine. But in synchronous calls, it needs to get an immediate response. Otherwise, the front end will stop. And Node.js support both of the things. So, but majorly we gonna use asynchronous calls where we gonna send a data. So for doing so, what we have to do is we have to say async, and we have to use await wherever it's possible. And whenever we are using async, so we need to put try and catch. Okay, it's a very small backend, so I'm putting try catch like this. But in a very big projects, in the major projects, this is not a standard practice to try catch something like this. Okay, we have to create a separate utility for it. Okay, so I'm gonna say uh, news. It is in small or capital letters. We have done it capital letters. Yeah, it should be in capital letters only. Then why it is preferring to go with small news? And here is a function called insert many, and what it has to insert the things that has come inside the data. After inserting, it will say console.log data imported successfully. Okay, and here I'm gonna say console.log uh, error while importing. Let's see what is the error, and we're gonna just export this up. So module exports default data, saving it up. We don't require this. Okay, saving it up, coming to our index.js. In the last we will say default data function. So if I just save it up, the default data is already there and we get some bugs. So let's solve it up. What happened? Okay, the server has been stopped. So let's just, what happened? Okay, so let's get started. Node mon index.js. Even this is not a standard way. Okay, node mon index.js. This is not a standard way to start our backend. We're gonna do the default way as well. So I'm gonna just move to backend first. Okay, so what is the standard way to do is we need to write the scripts over here. Like what are different ways to do it? Okay, so I have to come over here, say comma, and for starting a project on a server, it has to say node index.js. Okay, for starting the server in a development mode, dev, what it has to do, it has to say node mon index.js. And like this, for every work, now you need to write the scripts in the when you are making something for professionally for companies or something like that. If you're doing the freelance or anything like that, you need to do it with the scripts. Okay, so I'm going to come over here and I'm going to run these scripts. For doing so, I have to say npm run and the name of the script, let's say dev. So if I just say npm run dev, what, okay, I have not saved this up. Okay, it is running. Okay, so we got the error. Timestamp is required, but this is a C. This is an error of the model. So it means in the constant we are using time. Okay, there is a small s, but over here it's a capital S. So that's the issue. Let's save it up. Okay, so data has been imported successfully. Let's see. Coming to our database, refresh it up. We got news. Let's see what it has. It has a news collection. Let's see, move it inside it, and it has all the data inside it, and it has 14 like this. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, but there is a problem. What is the problem? If I just press Control S again, it is again saying data import successfully. And if I just refresh it once again, I got 28. The same data is getting repeated. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So this is a problem. We don't want to repeat the same data again and again in our database. And for solving those issues, what we have to do? Give me ideas. What we can do? What we can do? Give me ideas. Like if you were in my position, what you will do in this case to avoid this?
Maintain the list of the object IDs.
Sorry.
Maintain the list of the IDs in the Mongodb.
Hmm. That will be a long
Or
procedure. Why can't we delete everything and start again? Like
like if the data is
whenever,
big, then rewriting will be problem.
sorry,
If there is a large amount of data, then the rewriting will be an issue.
rewriting will not be a issue over here. Why I'm saying so? Because delete many, we will not put any conditions. So it will run pretty fast as compared to, everything else. And writing over here again, this is the thing that will happen only once, when not once or twice a week. Okay, whenever the server goes under maintenance or anything like that. Otherwise, it will not occur. But if we do it with the IDs and everything, that will take extra processing time while restarting it. So if we delete over here, the simple straightforward process would be is it will always give me 14. Whenever I click on restart, it will only give me 14. It will delete the earlier ones and give me the latest ones. That's the thing. And this is how the news app also works over here. If you have seen the InShot in the mobile phone or something, it doesn't have unlimited news. It's certain time point of a time it has to be get restricted, and at those point of times this will be the use. Okay, here it is also the scroll thing. By default, the front end will not receive every news at the same point. It will receive only five news, the top five news. If I scroll down, then it will load further, then it will load further, and that will be the process that will we also do. But by default, maintaining the IDs and doing those stuff would be a little bit lengthier process instead of deleting one, as deleting without any condition will not take much of a time. Or the even the better way to do it is even we have to just drop the collection. That will also work completely fine, no problem with that. This part is clear till now. Any doubts?
No,
Do you
sir.
guys receive data? Yes or no? Any problem? Is there any problem? See yes or no at least. Should I wait or move
No,
forward?
sir.
Yes.
Move forward, sir.
Sir, 2 minutes, sir.
No, sir. You can continue.
Okay, let's wait for 1 minute. Then we're gonna continue. No problem. We are moving with a good speed. No problem. Okay, so finally, let's move forward and come to our last part of this, that is making an API. Okay, so we're gonna make a API in a model view controller MVC architecture. So we will be having a controller, we will be having a model, we already have a model, we will be having a controller to access it, and we will be having API to call that controller. So let's start with that. So I'm gonna select the backend, make a order controller. Inside that, I will create a file, controller controller.js. Okay, coming inside this, I have to write a controller function that will help me to get the news. Okay, so for that, first would be I need to require the model. So news is equal to require dot slash uh, what happened? Okay, yeah, there is nothing in this. Now we get it. We need models, and inside that we have news. Perfect. Now let's make a function get news. Okay, over here this would be our asynchronous function having a request and a response, and inside this what it has to get, it has to use try and catch as usual because we are using asynchronous calls, and console.log error while getting the news. Okay, coming over here, constant size Okay, so okay, we're gonna do it in the last. Let's just get the news for now. Okay, so I'm gonna say constant data is equal to await news dot find, and there is no such thing. There's no parameters. Okay, and here after getting the data, we need to return it up to the front end. So that will be the work of response. Response or status. What is the status? The status tell us the kind of API call. Like it is successful, authorization fail, or in authentication. Right now, it's just a minor project. We are not dealing with those kind of things. So here I'm gonna say 200, straightforward, and I'm gonna need to pass a JSON called data. Okay, so I have created a news. I just need to export this up. So module dot exports and say get news. Okay, so I just will just save it up. Okay, it is running. It's successfully doing all its work. But we cannot call this function anywhere. No, we need to create a route where this function can be called. Okay, so that is a work of a route. And let's try to do that thing now. Okay, so for that, what we need to do is we need to create an extra folder in a backend again. That will be say routes, and in the routes we will be having a folder out for this. Okay, coming over here, controller is visible to you guys. I can work over here. Okay, so here I'm gonna say constant express is required. Express. Okay, with this we're gonna create a constant called router that will be equal to express dot router. Okay, so this will help us to create API calls. Okay, so for that purpose, I'm gonna say uh, router dot. It's a get. Okay, now there are different kind of API requests. Okay, so let's try to find out what are those. These are called API request. Yeah, there will be an interviewer who will ask you like what different kind of API request we have. Okay, so for that we called it. There are basically five different types of API requests. There is a get request, there is a put request, there is a post request, there is a delete request, there is a patch, and there are lots of others as well. So get request is used when we want a data from the backend. So in those scenarios, we create a get request. Put request, post request is made when we want to put data inside the database. When we want to log in, when we want to register, in those scenarios, we will be creating a new data in the database, and those types of request, we make a post request. And there is a third kind of a request called put request. What does the put do really do is that it will update the data that is present, but if it is not present, it will insert a new one. Okay, but if we just want to update, otherwise if it is not present, we want to show the error. In those scenarios, there is a request called patch. Okay, so these are the basic things, and the delete will help us to make a delete request to the backend. So among these requests, we will be using only get request since it's just a minor project, and we will be making only one route. So I will be having get whenever somebody requests slash news, I need to call the function get news. It is automatically imported at the top if you guys see. And I just need to say constant. I just need to export it up module dot exports is equal to router, and API request is generated. That's great, but we have to use it. We have to reach to this route, right? So for doing so, I will come to the index.js, and index.js we're gonna route this request. Whenever we get request, we're gonna route that request to the routes folder, the routes file. So for doing so, here what we need to do is we need to say uh, app.use. Whenever it receives slash, it has to move to the uh, routes. Okay, so it has automatically imported this up and it is saved as well. I hope this thing has been done. So I'm just removing this up, and over there I'm putting routes. Okay, and along with this I'm also opening terminal. Okay, I will just say okay, so data is imported. It means server is completely running. We need to check is it completely working or not. So I'm gonna just open Postman. Okay, and see are we able to get the response or not. Okay, if we are getting a response, that's great. It means our backend is done. We have to can move forward to React. Our backend is done, our database is done, our routing is done. Only the front end part would be left, and the React part is left. That is the front end. Okay, and let's wait till this opens. This is a tool that will help us to create a scenarios that the front end will use to get the data. So I have other full projects as well that are running right now. But yeah, okay. So I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna say HTTP double colon slash localhost 8000 slash news. It's a get request. So let's see, do we get the data? Okay, so there is a problem. Internal server error. Server is not started, I guess, or something is wrong. Okay, request we have received, but there is a problem. Mm, okay, the problem would be, I guess, most probably with this. Let's say error while getting a news. Okay, so we have reached to the API and there is a problem in that thing. Okay, so now coming over controller. Okay, so what could be the error? Mm, let's just pass a random object so that we can see our structure is ready or not. So hello, hello, saving it up and check whose problem it is. Okay, so the problem is with this only. This has nothing to deal with the database. And but what could be the problem? It's there is nothing. have a problem of. Oh, okay. I have written comma here instead of pointer. Very silly mistake. Okay, I just need to send this. Still, what happened? What could be done? Hmm. Hmm. What could be the problem?
Sir, I guess inside the find you have put two brackets.
That has been commented,
Okay, sir.
so that cannot be a problem.
Yes.
Hmm. Hmm. Maybe instead of doing something like this, let's say facing function. Okay, let's move a little bit structure like this. Factors is not the problem. Request response. Uh, Request. Let's see what we have received in a request. We just commented out. And okay, the problem could be in the routes. Hmm, okay, the problem cannot be over here. Then it has to be in the routes. Uh, routes get news. Hmm. Uh, hmm. The problem is with the express router. Request is not defined. Okay, so if I say request response, okay, we are getting a router over here. Hmm. So So if we do that work over here, is it gonna work? We can just try it out. Let's say Control C. Routes coming over here. Getting the data. And sending it to the front end. I'm just trying it out. What could be the problem? Because it's so simple. Uh, Otherwise, the problem would be with the codes and everything. I'm damn sure about it. The problem is in the wait. Async. Okay. Okay, we get the data over here. It means now the things are working over here, but get news is not working. Why so? Because over there also we are doing the same thing. This is not required. This is not required. Index is not required. JSON is not required. Default is not required. Okay, it is working over here. Then why it's not working over there? Question and question. No, if I just console data, I'm getting a data. I'm getting data over here. Perfectly fine. Then why I'm not getting over there? If I am getting over here, why not in controller? What difference I'm doing? That is the exact same thing I'm doing over there, and the things are working over there, not here. Why so? Hmm. Hmm. Get news. Okay, most probably that would be the reason. I'm just passing it as this. Okay, and I'm also getting this as this. Not getting. Okay, but we are getting a data over here. The problem is with either well getting a sending a response. Response it is not receiving. Hmm. Request ऐसा होता नहीं है, but still I'm trying. Yeah. Okay, maybe there could be some problem. I'm not able to find out easy right now. It usually works. Okay, but what we can do over here is instead of wasting time a lot, just use this thing for now. In the end, we got time. We're gonna find out the problem. Okay, or what could be the problem is body parser. Okay, yeah, that could be the problem. Okay, saving it up. removing this from there now, and coming over here, I'm gonna install hmm, okay, and here it's need to be variable. Hmm, okay, and coming to package, let's install few things. There is something called npm I course. There is npm I body parser. Okay, so I'm gonna use these tools to check is the problem is getting solved using these, because sometimes the problem is with these. They are not automatically imported. There is one more thing, body parser. Okay, and require body parser. App.use code, app.use body parser dot URL encoded extended to app.use. I will explain what I'm doing if it is working. Otherwise, there is no purpose to explain this thing. Listen, extended to. Okay, all set. Let's see, can we get the data? Nope, we cannot. Even though we are able to find out the data from the database, even fetch the database, we cannot access the response. I don't know why, because we haven't made any mistakes. So let it be like this only. Straightforward, simple, straightforward app. Okay, and running this, we are getting a data. Okay, so backend is done. There is one problem. If we get time in the last, we're gonna do it. Otherwise, we have to skip this. What could be the problem over here? There has to be one very small silly mistake that we are missing it out. I have tried all the hit cases that can be there. But for now, backend is done. We are able to send a request. We are able to receive the data. That's great. We don't need it anymore right now over here. And we need to start with the front end. Okay, so I'm going to open the terminal again and change into front end. Okay, so in the last class, I want you to run one command that says np x create react app dot. Yes, dot. Okay, so if I say like something like this, what will it do is it will create a React app for me Uh, what happened? The directory dot contains the file name that could conflict. Okay, let me just rename this one. Server. What happened? Open folder. Okay, I guess my system got hanged or something. Okay, it is back. Okay, now I just need to rename. Let's say server. Okay, again. Okay, that's because my backend would be running. Most probably that would be the case. Let me just do it from here. Hmm, rename. So okay, let me just close it up. Close window. Opening the file structure. Okay, my Visual Studio Code is getting updated or what? Hmm. Okay, name has been changed. Coming to the VS Code. Okay, so opening terminal. Okay, changing the file to front end. And here I'm gonna say npx create React app. No, because I have not given a folder name. I want to create inside this only. So I'm gonna say dot. But there is okay in a, okay it is in backend I have a folder. In front end I have a folder called backend. And yes. Okay. Okay, so it is creating a React app. But what is a React? Let's understand that thing. Okay, so anyone know what is a React? React.js, one of the most powerful tools that is present. And if you are good at this, I mean, good doesn't means that making two or three apps. Good means pretty good. Then you can have. There is no limit of the package that you can expect. You can get 30, 40, 60, 70 lakhs of package as well if you are very good at it. Okay, every company, even you call it Fang. Okay, there is double A. Every company that is there, it's using React.js in any one of their tools. Okay, and it's the things that we are going to do is pretty straightforward, not as such as much of a things. And I'm also a backend developer, not a full stack not a I mean, I'm a full stack developer, but not particularly good in the React.js. Okay, because here there is lot to do. Lots of things are there. Every day we are getting a new tools. We have to keep learning those tools. Yes.
So we can say it is a library of JavaScript.
Okay. It is a library of JavaScript. What does it really do?
So to build the application, web pages more clever and usable. Uh,
More clever and
no,
usable.
no, clear. Sorry,
So to
Clear.
make
more
single
clear,
page
clear in the
application.
sense, good pages.
No.
It
So to
lets
make
us
single page application.
Yes.
it lets us make more reactive and interactive web pages.
Yes, that's the main point. Okay, so what really happens whenever we make the web pages now? Uh, Web pages create a DOM structure of them, document object model, where they have certain kits. For example, containing a simple HTML page. So in a simple HTML page, what we have ideally is we have a head and we have a body. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, in a head we can have certain number of children script, uh, link, title, fav icon, or anything. Similarly, in a body we can have a headings, data structure, everything can be there. Yes or no? This is a complete tree can be created on every HTML page. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So this tree is there whenever we open a web page. The tree is created. This is called DOM. Okay, this is object document object model that every browser creates when they are opening the HTML page or anything like that. Okay, and when we make some changes on this part or this part or any part that we make some changes, okay, on client side, then it checks that it needs to make those changes or not. If does, then it again cancel this and create a new one. Okay, if the certain things changes. Okay, so if I make some changes and just save it up, then the page will again reload with the change. Okay, so that is a time consuming thing and not preferable thing. Okay, comparing it is a quite slow process. But with the introduction of a React, what really happens is there is a DOM, okay, and React also creates one more DOM that's called virtual DOM. Okay, that is exactly like a copy of it. It will be having DOM, it will be having children, everything will be there. Okay, the only change would be here is that when we make some changes, instead of directly making the changes on the original one, it will make change over here. Okay, and then compare this with this one, like the change that we have made and the change that is there. If they are different, then we'll update only this one. It will not update the rest of the page. Okay, so if you go any I don't know big interviews or any big companies interviews, what will they gonna give you as a task is that you need to do something. Anything can be, they can say anything, but without reloading the page, that should work. Okay, so that has been done using the React, where it will just create a virtual DOM, and in the virtual DOM, if something changes, that will compare it with the original DOM and make the changes on that one. So in those scenarios, not entire page will be reload, but just that part of the page will be reloaded. Are you getting my point? What is a React? How it is different from the simple HTML page or tool? Yes or no? Any confusion in this till now? Clear with the virtual DOM?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
So as you told कि जो virtual DOM होता है, if we make any change in the virtual DOM, only that particular change will be implemented in the real DOM, right?
Yes.
So I mean, how is it different with the the normal DOM that we use in HTML, CSS, JavaScript?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the point here would be is that if we are seeing the DOM, right? We are seeing the HTML that is a DOM. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if certain change occurs in that DOM needs to be refreshed.
Yes, sir.
So if it is refreshing and we are using the same DOM, that it needs to be reload.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that's why if something change occurs, the entire page will reload, even though
Okay.
the change is only in that part only.
Yes, sir.
But in the virtual DOM, if there is a change in that part, it will reload this virtual DOM. But the rest of the structure will remain same, yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So only change will occur on this part only.
Yes.
So we don't need to make the changes on the rest of one. So there is no need to reload the rest of the things.
Okay. Got it, sir. Got it.
Yeah.
So
Any other
basic.
questions? Good question, by the way.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Any other question? Anyone has any other question? Because working of the React needs to be very clear. And another thing that you need to be clear is that it's a library. Okay. It's not a framework, because whenever you go to the interviewer will 110% try to make you confuse that it's a framework, it's a environment, it's a something else. But it's not a library. They will try to give you reasons, counter reasons, everything. But the moment you agree that this is not a library, consider it's done for you. Okay, so always remember that it's a library and it will be a library. Okay, how we are installing a React in our project? We are using what? We are using npx. Npx, the full form of npm is, what is the full form of npm? We have discussed about that in the last class.
Node package manager.
Node package
Node,
manager.
yeah. And npx stand for node package executor. Okay, so using this, we are installing the React app in this project, in this folder. Okay, so if I see now in the front end, I got list of files, and along with that, I got other things. Just 1 minute. Mm, Okay, yeah. So where we were? Yeah. So you need to be agree with this, and it has installed certain files with it, and along with this, it is giving certain commands to run it. The first command it says is npm start. So if I do this npm start, let's see what will we get. Okay, so by default, whenever we do this, the React server will always run on port 3000. So that's why in a backend we have used port 8000. Okay, so we got over here a React where it is rotating, and this is entire thing. And if I click on run React, it will open a documentation for me. Okay, that is a default page that always occurs whenever we are opening or installing a React for us. Okay, there are a lot of other stuff that is there. There are hooks and everything is there that we can't do it in today's session again. We need more time. It's a great topic to learn on, and a great future as well is there for just React, not even a full stack. If you don't just React, then also you can do pretty well in your life. Okay, so it's a very important topic to be done, or very important topic to be created. But one more point would be here is that it's not that easy to learn. It is very easy to learn React, do the things, that's great, but it's not very easy to use React and create the designs that you will get. Okay, when you work in a front end, when you work in any big companies now, there will be UI UX developers, and they will be creating a designs that you need to implement using the React, and it's quite time consuming, and you need to be pretty fast those things. Okay, so at that point of time, React developers face a lot of problems implementing the designs because doing again it's HTML, so doing the same thing with different, there are different ways to do the same thing, and they need to be very careful for making it responsive and everything. So it's quite time consuming a lot of times. Okay, and a lot of things need to be keep learning. This never ends. React the never ends. You have to keep doing new things daily. Okay, so that is one part of it. And today also we're gonna use React only. And if we run the React, we are getting some default things that we don't want. So we're gonna make our structure ready so that we can make our project on it. So let's delete the things that we are not requiring to use. So there is a set system test. This is not we're gonna use. I'm deleting this up. Oh shit! I have deleted the entire source folder. No problem. Okay. What I have done. Okay, let me just delete the complete front end and create a new one. Mm,
Excuse me, sir.
yes.
Meanwhile, can you please explain the difference between a library and a framework?
Yeah, sure. What happened? Make PIR client. Okay, my VS Code is creating havoc. Mm, okay, so what is the difference between React and what is the difference between library and the framework? So when we deal with the framework now, we consider it as a complete closed environment that itself has all the tools to do something. Okay, but that is not the case with the library. Library just contains functions related to a particular set of you know uh, things in mind. It doesn't have a complete closed environment to create a complete structure without using anything else from outside. Okay, so Angular is an example of a framework because it's a framework without having any uh, external things required. We can develop the things in the Angular itself, but in the React, it is not possible. We will be requiring outside things. For example, in this project that we are doing today, we're gonna use outside again one more and a tool library, or we can say tool for React.js that is called Material UI. Okay, so that will be the thing that we're gonna use. Okay, so that we're gonna install. What is a Material UI? Material UI again a tool that will help us to use its functions to do certain things pretty fast. Okay, let's find out what is that and how to install it up. Okay, so Material UI recently got updates as well. Yeah, so this is the latest version that we are using. It's a pretty strong tool. It has almost everything that we're gonna need. For example, if we want to make something like these, everything is there. We just need to learn how to use them and how to design the things. Okay, and it has a docs that we're gonna go through and start installing the things that we're gonna need, or we may gonna need. Okay, so this is another thing that I'm saying is that we will be requiring lots of things to do certain kind of a things. Make directly in this file exist. Okay, spelling is wrong. Yeah. So the basic difference between React and the framework would be is that framework have a closed environment. That is not with the case of a library. Simple thing. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, in detail you want to, if you read say this line, that's completely fine. If you really want to get in detail of these things, what you have to do is you have to find out the difference between Angular and React. Okay, when you find out the difference between Angular and React, now you yourself get clear what is the difference between the framework and library, because these React and Angular are one of the tools that is used in the front end in every company. In backend, there are other tools. There is Java, there is Python, there is other things that are present. But in front end, that's not the case. It has to be either the React, it has to be either the Angular. Okay, so you have to decide which one you want to go for. Personally, if I look at the future, React has a bright future as compared to Angular, but at present, Angular has a greater demand as compared to the React, because Angular is using different language. It is in Angular we don't write JavaScript, we write TypeScript. Okay, so that is a difference, basic difference again. But yeah, at this point of a time, Angular has a more demand, because in Angular we can create products. It's an environment, it's a framework, so we can create scalable products. Means large number of people can work on it together, but that is quite difficult to do in case of React. So whenever any company want to develop application that is big enough, in those scenarios they will go for Angular instead of React at this point of a time, because it is React is still under uh, development. It is not completely finished. It is getting developed daily basis. New things are coming up to make the life of a React developer easy. But Angular is quite old as compared to the React, and it is used for creating very big applications. Even in the company that I'm also working right now, also uses Angular only, not the React. And one more thing that it does is it helps us to create reusable structures. Like it helps us to do the certain kind of a task straightforward, and using the reusable components. It makes the components, and we can use those components directly. Okay, so it helps us to do same things in different pages in a pretty straightforward way by just creating objects of those things. And that is what the thing we're going to do over here as well. We will be having components. So let's discuss what are the components we're going to have. So if you see over here, we are on this page. So first thing that I can see is there is a title bar, nav bar at the top that we're going to have. That's great. The second thing is there is a orange color line, this line that says something, and there is a photos. Okay, that's great. And there is one more component that is a news. Then this component keeps on repeating. So we will not have we will have only one component that will repeat itself and keep using the new data. Okay, so pretty much this is the things that we need to create the components of. So how many components would be there? In total, there would be four components in this page. First will be React in shorts. Then we will be having this orange color bar over here. And the second would be container. This container will contain all these things. And the last would be is inside that container, this particular card. Okay, for example, if we want to create this card, how can we create it? We're gonna search over here in a material UI and search for card. So if I just click on it, I will get these type of cards, and it will also tell me the way to use these cards as well and customize these things as well. So that is the power of this material UI. It helps us to things makes the things easy for us. Okay, so we're gonna start with installing up the things and everything up. For example, if we want to use this, we just have to write something like this. Okay, and you can also, yeah, you can also understand like what to import, how to install of the things. We are using sandbox as well. In the sandbox, you will get sample small projects for the use cases of the components. For example, we have discussed about the component that will be the card. So I am just come over here to find out how does the card component can work. What are the things I need to use? So it's just loading that. Another thing that I have to do is I have to create these top uh, bar. Okay, it is not required anymore. Yeah, this top bar is there that we will be using. So for this also we need to you understand how to use this thing. So for doing so, that will be called okay, we got this thing. So here, how does it working? It is installing box. Okay, that's great. It means we need to understand what is a box. Then it is you installing card, and inside the box it is must be using a card. Yeah, inside the box here it is using a card, and we are getting the stuff over here. And it is another thing that it is using is typography. Okay, what is this? This help us. It consider it as a h tag or a p tag. Okay, and we can put UI to it so that we can do all these things. So it's a multi-purpose tag. We're gonna use this tag as well. And for using this, these are the things to do it. We have to import it up and write it something like this. Okay, and if I look in the package.json, what we really have to install, we have to install adder in material UI. We have to, yeah, pretty much these two are not the ones that will be requiring. If we required, we're gonna install these as well. But pretty much, I guess let's install these as well. Yeah, here style engine provider. Okay, we know need to install style, and here material. All are use of material only. So we don't even need to install motion react as well. So for using a card, we need to install material at the rate material MUI at the rate material. Okay, and if I further move again, nav tabs. Let's see, can we use this? Okay, so these are coming something like this. We don't need this thing. We need something else. Let's say uh, mm, uh, app bar. Yeah, these are the things that we will be requiring. Okay, so we're gonna use the some of these things only. Let's say this one because it doesn't have any buttons and just have a logo that we'll be having as well. And there is a menu icon that we will be also needing. So we're gonna need this only. So for this, we need to install app bar and we need to understand how can we use it. So again, coming to the sandbox for this. Until then, yeah, React has app has been created. I'm gonna say npm start and open one more terminal at this point so that we install other things. Okay, it is starting at this. We don't need this. We don't need this. We are over here. We need to install. Okay, first we need to change it to front end. However, we need to install so npm I and the things that we found out before. Okay, that things over here again it is using added material. So we need to install this. Control C, coming over here, Control V, enter it up. Let's see it is getting installed or not. Till then, coming to the basic cards again, it is the same thing: material UI, style, and React. It is using icons. Yeah, we will be also needing icons for this tool, so we will have to install that as well. The style and React is not the ones we will be needing by default. Also, it is install few things. So what are those? Time is moving pretty fast. Okay, so for installing few things, we will be coming package.json. In a package.json, if you see uh, package, yeah, it is installing certain things to make the React app. But we will be needing a little bit more of these tools. That is material. We will be requiring material icons. We will be requiring Axios. So those three tools will be requiring. Apart from that, it is starting the server. Then we're gonna prepare the file structure over here. For example, we will be having a folder called components. So let's just make components. Okay, inside that we will be having four component that we have discussed. Let's create that as well. Header. It's here. The name of the components should start from a capital letters. So here we will be having a header.js. Okay, we will be having that info, that orange color bar. So I'm just saying info.js. Then we will be having uh, articles.js. Then we will be having article, single one. Articles will be having all the articles. Okay, so we will be requiring these four components, and let's create a functional component in this. Okay, what is a functional component? So React contain two kind of components: class-based components and functional components. Okay, we will be using functional components because that are recently developed and much more easy to use. Okay, why and how? We don't have time for that again today. But yeah, so for doing so, have installed few of the extensions so that my work would be easier. So the first extension is ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. The second would be is simple React snippets, I guess. Uh, uh, okay, there is one more tool called Simple React. Yeah, Simple React snippets. Okay, these two I am installing so that I can make the things easier for me. How I am saying so, I'm gonna come over here, header, and I'm gonna say RAFC and click enter. So the moment I write this, I got the functional component pretty ready. Everything is there, straightforward. I'm gonna just save it up. Little bit customization needs to be done, so we're gonna do it later. RFC infos RAFC over here and RAFC over here. Okay, that's great. Okay, so I'm gonna just save it up, and we're gonna start putting these things in our main folder. Okay, so I got four functional components that will be required in my project. I am coming to the starting of this file, like where this project starts really from. So we're gonna start from there. So we are on index.js. The project starts from here, where what really happens is we have a HTML page. In the HTML page, in the body, there is nothing apart from the div. Okay, what does it means? In div, here we are getting an ID, and we are getting this ID and the index.js using this ID to render only the DOM. Okay, again, this is creating a virtual DOM. With this, we are creating a virtual DOM, and we will only render the virtual DOM, not the original DOM. Okay, our original DOM will be working in the backend, and we will not require to learn how to do it. So data has been done using the index.html, and there is a div, and this div has been required over here, and certain things has been done over here. Again, we are not going to change them, but we will delete few things because we don't need them. Okay, for example, this thing is not required, so I'm deleting it. Okay, and coming to the file also, the same thing, it's not required, deleting it. Setup.js not required, deleting it. Okay, what happened? Nothing as such, I don't think. App.js is also not required deleting it. App dot coming to this, we don't need to do everything like this. We need empty app, saving it up. Okay, we don't need this. Deleting this up. Okay, we have saved this as well. Okay, perfect. There is no problem. App is running completely fine. Okay, for now let's remake. Let's app dot this and let it be. Even this need to be empty. We will not use any of these. Let's say like that. Okay, and logo is also not required. Deleting this as well. Pretty much, yeah. So my file structure is ready where I have a components. In the components, I have all the four components, and then we have app.js that is having just app right now. Um, it's not requiring anything. Then it has index.js that is passing an app. Okay, one more thing that we need to point out over here is that the React can only return one structure. Okay, it cannot return multiple structure. It has to be only one. So that's why over here it is returning only app. If I come over here, it is returning only one tool. If I want to return one more div, for example, uh, let's say hello, it will not do that. It will say error. But if I really want to do this, I can do empty tag. Uh, and just close this tag in the end. If I save this thing, now it's working. So it's clearly stating that it can return only one component. Till now, any doubts about the file structure and how the React works? Yes or no? Please, if you have any doubts, please say it because I'm going to increase the speed now. We are moving super duper late and we need to be little fast. So any doubts till now?
No, sir.
Okay, so now let's find out the things that we are installing is installed. Okay, Material UI has been installed. The next thing that we want is that we need to install npmi Exeus. What is Exeus? Exeus allow us to delete the not delete. Exeus allow us to, what do we call? Exeus allow us to call the backend APIs. Like Postman was calling the things now to get the data. So that is a work of Exeus in the front end. Okay, you will be finding out this Exeus almost 70 to 80% of the projects in the React, because Exeus is quite easy and straightforward tool to call the backend APIs and get the data out of it. So we will be installing this only. Uh, then we will be installing Material UI icons. Okay, now we need to install that icons thing. Uh, okay, we will be requiring these things, so I'm just copying it up. Coming over here, npm I, pasting over this over here, and what does it say? Hmm. What happened? npm I, it's correct. I guess the space could be the problem. Yeah, space is the problem. Now it is installing this. Once we did this, we're gonna start doing up the things in the app.js. So here we're gonna start with the thing so that it will help us to make our life straightforward and pretty fast. Okay, till it's doing. Coming to the app, here we will not do this with the empty tags. Here we're gonna use again a component of a material UI that is called box. Okay, what is that box means? Box come here. Yeah, box is very straightforward and easy tool to create the components. Okay, so that's why I'm using box, and I can do the CSS part over here. So that's why I'm installing box. I will be using box here and do the stuff with that. So here I'm for using the box, I need to import this, something like this. Coming over here, box. Okay, so here we will be having box. Okay, inside the box we will be having header. It should show us the error. What happened? This is not the error we're talking about. Header, header it is expecting correctly. Then what could be the problem? Hmm. Header is not defined. Why so? It should give us, yeah, here we got it. Okay, saving it up. Okay, there is no errors as such, I guess. Yeah, let's see how does it look like. Okay, there is errors. Node modules, global, what distance, UI style indents, emotion react, can't resolve emotion react. Uh, what happened? Uh, okay, here they have done the box thing now. Yeah, box has been done. Okay, they are importing like this. And how same thing. Then what could be the problem? Okay, it is there. Let me just try to restart the things. Let's wait till it's getting a restart. Uh, After this, we will be having one more. What do we call it? Box or infos? We will be having infos, and then we can have a box or anything will work. Mm, let's put all of them in box because those will be in the center. Okay, over there I will be having info, and I will be having articles. Okay, so this would be the complete structure of app.js. Let's hope this runs. Otherwise, we need to find something. Okay, we got the errors. Hmm. Uh, 48 can't dissolve revo. Hmm. Yeah, here it is. Module not found. Can't resolve emotion React. Okay. I guess they are requiring one more model. Hmm. It stopped. Emotion React. Okay, they will require this as well. So let's install this npm I this. Okay, they keep making changes and how I'm saying this, they is saying module not found. It means something is missing, and it is missing thing is emotion.react. So I just need to install that thing, and I'm doing that. And after that, let's hope it runs, because the moment it runs, we can do the certain things pretty fast. Okay, till it's working, let's create one more folder that will say service. Mm, no, not in components. In source service. Okay, in service we will be having axios.js that will run it. Axios.js. Okay, so that will be this will be the place where we're gonna have our uh, file to call the backend APIs. Okay, this is now the server is getting restarted again automatically. That's great. So again, coming over here, now we need to do that Axios thing. So here I'm gonna import Axios, and from Axios. Okay, and I have to call the backend. So I'm just setting up the URL, base URL. That will be http double colon slash local host double colon 8000. It is running on 8000. Okay, and it needs to call the API. So I'm gonna say export constant get news. That would be my asynchronous function. Uh, and inside this, I'm gonna call the API and return it up. So type catch right catch. I will be having errors. Okay, this could be the problem in the controller. No, this is not the problem. Coming back over here. Okay, so over here we need to call the API. So return await, and then it has to call. So for that we have Axios telling which type of API. It is a get API get, and where to get this, it has to go from base URL. So I'm gonna say URL. Then it has to put get or news. Okay, so this would be the thing that will help us to get the data. Okay, I'm gonna save it up. I just need to call this function so that we can get a data. Now what is the problem? Okay, styled engines is also the thing it is requiring. Let's install that as well. npm I. Okay, till it's getting installed, our backend API call is ready. Okay, installation is getting complete. Yeah, it is complete. Now coming over here. Now what is the error? Mm, what could be the problem? We have all these 5 dependencies. Only the style is left. Let's install this one as well. I guess this is the only thing left. We have material icons, material style is the only thing left. So let's do that as well. npm I styles. Okay, it is installed. Okay, now it is compiled successfully. It means our project is up and running. Great. So we have installed these are the set of command that we have installed. Perfect. Now I just need to do the designing part. Apart from that, everything is complete. So coming to the app.js, let's start the designing. Okay, so that we can have certain kind of a things. Okay, so let's start with header, and then we're gonna move to the inner and closer items. So header is the thing that we're gonna start from, and it's pretty easy to do the header. We have discussed about it. We're gonna need the app bar, dance bar. Yeah, this one is the thing that we're gonna need. So here we have some of the things with this that it require app bar, then it having a toolbar option. In toolbar we will be having two things. One would be the menu icon, and the second would be is typography, the name of the things that we want to put. Here we're gonna have only image. We don't have any text with it. So I'm gonna say app bar that I need to import again. Import. I need app bar. App bar. I need toolbar. I need to style them up as well. So okay, it is written separately, or I can write them in one. I need styling, so let's say uh, make styles from @MUI material. Okay, let's save it up. App bar closing component. Let's see, do we get any error? Is it installed successfully? Or we have to do it separately. Okay, I hoping we don't see any red things. So 9 modules. This material has util that module by path. Node modules. This code generated. Code generated. Okay. Okay. There is toolbar is defined but never used. Make styles. Okay. Perfect. There is no problem. So we got app bar, and let's see how does it look like in our project. Okay, it is not coming up by default. I guess it will be requiring toolbar as well with it. Toolbar, saving it up. Okay, we got the blue color line, but we want it to be in white. We need to design it up, no problem. But along with this, we also need a menu icon at the corner. And for doing so, what we have to do for that, we have to import menu icon. So I'm gonna just copy this up from here, coming over here, saving it up, perfect. And I have to use that, so I'm gonna say uh, menu icon, perfect. Let's see, we got the icon as well. Now the next thing we need is this logo, so I'm gonna copy over here, copy image address. Coming over here, I'm gonna put image, so I'm gonna say image. Source of this would be this link, or would be shots, and it should have a class as well. Okay. Okay, so now the basic structure is ready. Okay, we can see certain things now, but we need to design it up so that it will look like something like this. Okay, so for that we have to do the styling part. Okay, so in CSS, in Bootstrap, not Bootstrap, in Material UI, we have to do the styles using the make styles thing. And how to do that is, outside of it, how we need to create a object called, let's say, use styles. Okay, and it will say it has to use make styles, and it will have the all the classes. For example, let's say this will have a toolbar, will have a class, or app bar. App bar is a parent, so it will be having a class name, and we will put it classes dot header, header. But for using the classes, we need to do something over here. Constant classes is equal to use styles. Okay. Now whatever I do over here with the header, it will be reflected. So let's say header. First thing is the background would be white. I need to write in inverted commas over here. Right. Let's save it up. Let's see. It's not getting reflected. So something is not correct. If I remove the white color, fine. Okay. Let's say FFF. It's not getting white. Okay, we're gonna find out some other thing to do it. Let's try to find height. HEIGHT height. 70 pixels. So that's 70. Let's say okay. If it is not here and it is running, it means that things are happening. Okay, that's great. For example, if I just remove this up, uh, why the things are not visible? What happened? Background. Save it up. Classes dot headers, header classes use styles. Perfectly correct. What's the problem? God knows. Forget about it. We're gonna find out later on. Class name. Here it will be classes dot menu. Coming over here, menu. In the menu, the color would be so it will be say hash 000. Why we are not able to see what happened? There is no problem in the code, then why it is not showing us the output? What could be the problem? Classes dot image. Here I'm gonna have image height 55. Okay, let's try to put pixels over here. 55 pixels. Why? If I remove the class, I think it will be visible. Styling is the problem, I guess. Why the hell it is not showing us? It was showing us the things earlier, but it was not showing us the thing now. Why so? Okay. Classes is assigned a value but never used. That's not the problem, but why this is not working? Now it is showing us the things. The problem is with the make styles. Is the change they have changed the use of make styles as well? Make style. Exactly the same thing we are doing. What's the problem? Okay, let's try to import it from different point. This style doesn't work, I guess. Okay, we have not installed this. Let's install this. MIUI styles. This latest one has lot of problems. Earlier, we just have to install one thing, MIUI codes, and it works. But the latest Material UI, lots of problems are there. What happened? Emotion styled as style engine. Forget it. Let's design it by other ways. Why it's creating problem? It's possible that the file was already in use. Lots of problems are there, as always. Okay, forget about this. Here we just need to design this up. Okay. Okay, we got the styles now, finally. And we can use this. Materials icon. Okay, I guess now this is installed perfectly. Yeah, now this is installed. Earlier it was showing errors with the same thing. Oh, great. Anyways, coming back over here. Okay, it is running perfectly fine. It means I can use this perfectly fine. Let's see. Okay, there is no problem in this now. Okay, great. I can use this. Great. Perfect. Okay, now I can, design this up. First name. Giving it a headers. Headers, what headers? Classes. Header. Okay, just a minute. I'm getting a call. Sorry guys, let's continue. Okay, we are over here. Let's extend the class half an hour because it will that much of time we need. Now, background. Okay, hash fff. Don't need semicolon. Okay, let's see. Again, it's not changing the colors. Why? Okay, capital and small h is there. That is not a problem. I don't know about it. What could I have no time to find out the solutions? Let's say header. Then we have classes, use styles, perfectly doing the same things. Then why it's not working? They keep on changing the things and assume us to do the changes. How stupidity is that? Yeah, obviously the props are not defined, so props is not defined, so it will not be used. Mm, okay, we got it. We got it. We got it. Now height 70. Perfect. Now we need a menu icon. So let's just give it a class. Okay. Classes dot menu. Let's say something like this. Menu. Okay. So here we need to just set up the color. That will be black. Okay. Then would be having a class name. Uh, classes dot hmm, logo. Oh, yeah. Logo. Okay, here we need to set up the height of it. Let's say 5. Okay, margin auto. Let's see. Okay, auto. Okay, we are getting perfectly fine. Okay, it is slightly shifted toward this one. We don't need anything else now. So it is slightly shifted to this thing, but it is over there. So let's say padding, right? 70. Okay, so it is now exactly on the same site, same page. Okay, so this part is over. Now coming to the infos. Now we need to use the infos. Okay, so this is done. Coming to info. Okay, over here again, I'm gonna need box, so I'm importing box. We needing typography, so let's first find out details about typography. Are they changed or not? Latest update has a lot of changes. Typography. Okay, so it is present over there only. So I have to just call this thing. Uh, box I'm also calling, so I can call typography over here only. Typography. Okay, from the rate that I need to copy it from here. Not from here, from app.js. Okay, box is having a complete different thing. Okay, so no worries. I'm gonna have a box. Okay, then I will be having this. Okay, next thing I need is a make styles. So I'm gonna have a make styles from this. Okay. Okay, anything else we will be needing? As of now, I don't think so. If we need, we're gonna think of that later on. So now let's start with this. Okay, so we will be having box. Okay, inside this box, we will be having text and two images, right? So I'm gonna say text for typography, and text we're gonna duplicate it from original website. Exact the same thing. Okay, great. Okay, and then we will be having images. So for that also I'm creating a new box, and I will be having images here. So I will be having two images. So image source, image source of this coming over here. Okay, let's say class name, classes logo, image source, coming from the original one again, image address. Okay, it will be having the same images. It will be having same classes dot logo. Okay. Let's design this up. So for that, again, I'm gonna just duplicate this thing. Coming over here. Okay. Let's start giving it a classes and start defining them. So let's start from here. Class name. Let's say classes dot container. Okay. Then let's give it a class name. Classes dot classes dot text. Okay, let's give it here. Let's do the simple thing style only because it's pretty straightforward. Then to give let's hard to. Okay, there's other things I need to define. So okay, just copying over here this thing, coming over here, putting over here. That's great. Okay, so now I need to design the things that make it look like that one. So let's start from container. Okay, in the container, the background needs to have a different color. So that will uh, um, Let's straightforward put some colors. 436. No, 36. Yeah, this will be enough. Let's check it out. Auto is not defined. Okay, color is quite good. That's great. Color is working. Text color would be white. And display the flex. Okay. Align items center. Flex direction. Flex direction. Or can we go it without that? I can think we can go it. So let's do that. Height. 48. Yeah, pretty much this. Okay, it is getting behind this, so I need to put some CSS in app.js as well, so that I can handle that stuff. So here again, I need styling and everything. So I'm going to just copy this. Okay, coming back over here. Okay, so let's just put some styling over here. First name. Container. Okay. But we need to, let's just duplicate this thing. Yeah. Oh. Shifting over here. Coming from here. Okay. If we, see, we see right now. Info container classes container use style. Okay, now I need to define this over here. Let's put margin top so that it will move away a little bit. Okay, straight, perfect. That seems good to me. Okay, width 60%. Okay. What happened? Now, what kind of a bug this is? Okay, perfect. That's great. Okay, now on top and bottom, I don't want it, but on left and right, I want to be auto so that it will be in the center. Perfect. Seems great. Articles. Why articles are coming over here? There's a problem or what? Why articles are coming? Articles are coming. Why? It should not. Containers over here only. Info header. Then coming over here. Okay. Let's say logo. Height 34 and okay. Articles is the second child. Why it is coming in the top? Okay, need to find out the solution for that. Text font size 14. Okay, font weight 300. Font weight. What's the problem? Okay, margin left. Margin left 300. No. Margin left 50. Classes text seems fine to me. Okay, font weight is not this font weight. At 4NT WEIGST, ये तो spelling है. Margin left is not happening. Okay, if I just keep pixels. Articles. How does it possible? What is happening? App.js. Let's make it containers. But this style will be this style only. Yeah, now it's correct. Okay, that's great. Okay, now this is white in color. Text white in color is there. Hash, okay. Why margin left is not working? Margin left 50. It's not showing at all. Okay, we're gonna solve that later. Major thing is ready. Now we have to work on cards. That is articles. Okay, it needs to be done. Okay, coming to articles. Let's start from here. What do we need over here? Uh, we need to get the data and we need to map it up. So for doing so, what we need to do is we need to set a few things. That is how to get the data. Constant news, set news. Okay, set news requires use state. Okay, so this use state again is very important topic. It's a React component for updating that particular element only without reloading. That DOM structure that we were discussing, that can be done using this use state. It's very important topic. So that's why read about it, guys, because we don't have time at all right now. Page, let's say set page. Are you guys here to can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, pixel format will work. Is starting the quiz at the end of the session, so stay tuned. Yeah. Okay. So we are a little bit running late, so it will take time for the quiz. And here it's we are putting a page here for scrolling down, like how many pages we want, how many news at one page we want. So that is the thing that we have done. And another thing that we are doing here is that we need to call the API. So for that, again, there is another hook that we are calling use effect. Okay, so read about this as well. Again, I have no time to explain this at this point of a time. Okay, constant uh, news. Okay, daily news is equal to we need to get data. So I'm going to use async function over here. That will be having constant response from the backend. And how to get that? We need to call the API. That will be present in our Axios folder, and over there we have created a function called get news. So we need to call that. Mm, okay. Okay. So news automatically doesn't came. So we need to get that news constant. Get news. We need to get that. So say import get news. Okay. No, there is a problem that it is not expecting the page. I thought I would do it with you in the end, but we don't have a time again. Console.log new set again. I need to use this set here. It has to the old ones is a news and the new ones is in the response dot data. So response dot response. Okay, spelling mistake is there. Here it is response. So I'm gonna just change it to response. Perfect. Okay, we have done it, and we're gonna see it in the console. Okay, there is this. Okay, no worries. And this is, we also have to set it up as well. So set news, and in this too also we're gonna pass up the same thing inside an array. So okay, after this we need to call this function daily news. Okay. Hmm. After this use state will be completed, but here we need a value of the page that we are on. So let's say page over here, I'm passing it had that it has to pass over here. Okay, perfect. It seems till now seems going smooth. Not much of a change after this. Okay, and yeah, pretty much this is the thing that will help us to get the news. Now we need to do certain thing that is quite unique. Okay, that is called infinite scroll down. That will call our API. Okay, so that thing we need to get it from again this material UI. I'm not directly doing it without saying because they must have changed this as well. Uh, mm, Not from here. It is npm library. Infinite scroll npm. Yeah, we got this. Infinite scroll. Or there is something called React. Infinite scroll component. We're gonna use that tool. Not this one. This is not the exact one. Infinite scroll. Yeah. Component. Yeah, this is the tool that we're gonna use. Okay, so I'm gonna just copy this up. Coming over here again, pasting this up. It will be installed pretty soon. Only 5 minutes of work is left, guys. After this, it will be completed. Till okay, it is done. Now we have to use this thing, and it will be over. Infinite. mm, Infinite. Okay, it is not coming over here. We need to import it up. Infinite. Uh, Capital letters. Scroll. Um, mm, yeah. Okay. We'll be using this only. So, okay, here we need to pass certain parameters. Again, you can check the docs for this. Here, for using this, if you see over here, we need to pass certain things. Okay, so that it will allow us to create that infinite scroll effect. Okay, so for that, I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna say data length, slot length. Next, Page okay, page, it needs to update this thing. Okay, after that, has more uh, pro. Okay, so this will load our entire thing. Okay, after this, we need to just show up the things. Okay, so here it has to say news dot map article uh, article article. For every article it has to make the that card. So I'm gonna say article capital letters, article article um, um, article only we need. So article, okay, we got the article from above, that's it. Okay, and here we're gonna pass the news. So article is equal to the article variable. I'm just getting a map. After that, this will be closed. Okay, it is showing error. Why this is showing error? Is something we are missing? Okay, I don't think so. That would be error. What could be the error? What could be the error over here? Okay, there is no new. It is news. Yes. Okay. Now let's see how does it look like. Okay, we are not getting anything because we haven't done any code for the pages. So let's start from our XCS. What we have to do for this page comma size equal to 5. Okay, and here I'm gonna pass it as a query. So I'm gonna say page equal um, page, and after this size equal size. Okay, we are doing it that great, but the point is that the backend also has to work with this, right? So here we have to come to the routes, and we also have to make our backend work similar with the pages. So that's what we're gonna do here. We're gonna put some things over so that we can change some queries that we are gonna receive. Okay, so for that, what will I'm gonna do over here is I'm gonna say constant limit, कितने pages की limit चाहिए, or we can say size in terms of what do we call it? A number. So size number request dot query dot size. Okay, and we will also get constant skip after how many values we want that. So request dot query dot skip, and we are not passing it with skip, we are passing it with page. Great. Okay, now we need to use it. So for that I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna say limit, and that would be size dot skip, and that would be skip only, skip into size. Perfect. Okay, we have made this one ready. This thing is ready. This thing is sending data over here, and the only thing left is article. Okay, this is a time consuming, so what will I do? I will just try to, you know, duplicate from the original one and just understand what are the things happening in it. Just the basic UI is there, nothing as such logical is there, because the logical part is done. Web page, no, not in here. Task, uh, uh, okay. Mm, not here. Source, components, article. Okay, so I'm gonna just duplicate. These things are different. This is the old version, so this is a different, but rest of the things are the same. So I'm just downloading these things, old version, and just using it my new one. Okay, now I need to import the things that I have been used over here. So first thing that has been used is not from here, header. So it has used make style. So let's copy the make styles from here. Okay, it has used make styles. We have imported it. That's good. The next thing it has used is card. So card content, grid, and typography. Typography we know. Typography not here. Typography where we have used over here. Typography is installed using this. So just copying this up, coming over here. For typography it has to do this. Save. Okay. Card content, grid. These three things are left. Coming to the material UI, let's see how the new version has it. Um, Material UI. Okay, docs. Okay, we are searching for grid. Okay, how does the latest version needs to be done? Okay, it is opening card. Okay. Okay, so for card, I have to write this. Okay, this is original one. We don't need it anymore. Okay, we are working on this. Okay, for card, we have to write something like this. Saving it up. Okay, grid and card content is missing. Let's understand for the grid. Okay, this has to be done something like this. So Over here, saving it up. Okay, only the card content is missing. Card action, card content. C, coming over here, Control D. Okay, anything else? Article was not found. How does it possible? Okay, that is because of this, I guess. Yeah, there is nothing as such of a wrong thing. So final check, how does that look like? Okay, so there is no data because there is backend is not running. You're not getting a response from the backend. So let's run the backend. So coming back, moving inside the backend. Okay, we have renamed it server, and over here we have to do npm done dev. Okay, till it's loading, let me just tell you what I have done. So in the card content, I have done nothing. I have just installed a card over here that will have some UI. For that, I have uh, done the CSS part. Okay, this is a CSS part for this, nothing as such major thing. Then I have done over here is grid help me to arrange them in a column. So I have two columns, one is for the content and the second is for the photo. So that has been done over here. Then I have just put typography with the title, author, date, and description, publications, and finally a link of that. So that is a basic thing. Now the backend is running and frontend is running. So I'm gonna just reload this page. Let's see what will happen. Okay. Okay, sending the data. Perfect. Do we receive the data over here? That's the question. I don't think so. We have received the data. So that would be the Axios fault. Article, we don't need it. Now we have to deal with this articles.js. Here it should call the get news. Use effect. Yeah, it should call the get news. Let's see, is it calling the function or not? Check. It is calling the backend, then why it's not console log console.log, and here we're gonna put response. Uh, okay, what is the problem now? Backend is sending the data, that's for sure, because we are able to see the requests are coming and the backend is sending it up. But here we cannot see some things. What could be the problem? Article dependencies, news. Okay, use React hook missing dependency news. Line number 26, 20 and 6. Okay, here we are doing perfectly correct thing. Mm, seems correct to me, but what could be the problem? The Okay, let's put one more thing. Use effect. Something is missing. What is the missing thing over here? Anyways, the code is correct. Some very minute mistake is there, and I don't have a time. I need to go as well somewhere. So I will find out. I will share it with you guys. Otherwise, I will share you a Git repo of a complete thing working. Okay. The major problems that we are facing in the front end is because of the latest update that we received for the material UI. Apart from this, there is as such no problem. The React hook use effect missing dependency news. What dependency we are missing? We haven't missed anything. That's for sure. Uh, then what could be the problem? Okay. Because backend is sending the data straightforward, but front end is not showing us the check as well. It should at least print this check. Okay, maybe because the app.js doesn't contain articles. It contains articles. Okay, let's see what is the thing over here. Network. It is calling the data. It is calling the data perfectly fine, I guess. Localhost 3000. Okay, it is not calling the data or what? Localhost document 3000. Okay, it is not calling the data. It means the function articles, this use effect has a problem. Why it is not calling it? Wait. constant response, use effect, and on it, daily news. Use effect, use effect, it is not calling. Okay, it is calling over here. Okay, it is calling over here. And if it is calling, it should be getting a data query parameters payload responses. It is getting only 5. That's great. It means that is working. But if it is calling the data, then it is why it's not printing over here. It will not print over here. That's completely fine. Perfectly getting your point. But response we are printing. Okay, let's print this. Okay, console. Okay, config status request prototype. Hmm, check is printed. Okay, then first console response doesn't get anything. Then the second console log get something. So response check देखें यहाँ पे response response. Okay, check response. It is getting a response. Response dot data has the data. Okay, so that is the thing missing over here. Instead of response, here it should be data. Here it should be data. And when we save it up, okay, so response here it has set of 5 entries having title and everything with it. Title, authors, everything is there with it. So we are getting a data. That's great. The card is not visible now. So the problem would be here in the news map. So let's try to do it instead of this. Article news news first element. Let's save it up. What happened? Okay, we have not closed it. Okay. Uncaught error cannot read the property. Article. styles argument is invalid. Okay, so the problem is with the article. Hmm, use styles, the articles it will receive. Article it will receive. Okay, console.log. Let's see what it will receive. Undefined. Okay, so it will be receiving ops. Let's say ops. Article object. Okay, it doesn't contain anything. Okay, the news contain the data, that's for sure. But if that contains the data, that should be printed first. Nah? Why this is printing first? Okay, very slight mistake is there that this is calling the data, even the data has come. It means await could be the problem. Await has been done, async has been done. Okay, I will share it with the problem. What is the problem? Because it almost 1 hour above the time limit. Okay, so that's it from my side. Sorry guys, I will not able to figure out, and there is a very less time to solve the mistakes. I don't have the solve the mistakes. But apart from it, if you have anything else you want to say, please. There is very less time to cover a lot of things, and we will not able to figure it out the things. So, do you want to say anyone want to say something? Who is the
Yes, so absolutely fine because these kinds of errors and problems happen as a software developer. So we can share the GitHub repo with the students in all the WhatsApp groups. So yeah, that will be fine.
Okay, so sorry guys, extremely sorry because problems comes and we need the keeps coming up because of the updates and everything. We need to be very careful about these things. But apart from that, the basic structure over here is to keep passing the parameters and calling them. The problem over here is that we are calling the article, we are getting the data, we are calling to show the card, but the data hasn't arrived yet. That is a problem over here that I need to solve. But apart from that, there is not as such any major bug left. You guys can carry on the quiz that you are left with, I guess.
Yes, sir, sure. And a big thanks to you and the REGex Software Services team for this very exhaustive and a wholesome workshop. It was really interactive and insightful, and I hope the students have got to learn a lot from this. So thank you so much.
Yeah,
No
welcome,
problem.
Pratna. Just taking 2-3 minutes to you. Yeah, so guys, firstly, and want to know about the feedback from you. So, how was the session for yesterday's session and today's session? Guys, kindly be little interactive so that we will also like get the feedback accordingly. You can write the feedback in the chat, or you can unmute yourself and tell us. Okay, it was great. Okay, thank you for your responses. And as it is only 5 hour workshop, so we can't cover very like vast things, as full stack development is very vast. So we can't cover all of the things in only in 5 hours. So as Arpit sir also told you, like we'll share the repo for that, as maximum thing has been covered for InShort app, and few errors are there. So we'll share the repo with the like comments like what the error we are getting here. Okay. Also like you can see our programs and all of the things, like you can go on regexsoftware.com and you can see our programs over there. You can join our telegram group as well for your queries, daily updates, and we'll also share the placement opportunities over there. Like currently we have started data science specialization program, which includes like it is completely 300 plus hours fully specialization in data science, which have started yesterday. You can see complete course content over here and also compare from other sites as well. And you can join as here is given our telegram and youtube channel link as well. So you can join our telegram group for like you can ask your queries over there as well, and you can also get the update of our latest programs as well. So that's it from our side. Thank you. And also like I'm sharing my number here as well, so you can connect to me on WhatsApp for any query regarding anything. We are always here to solve your queries. You can just click on this and just WhatsApp.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll share the number and the website details and everything else on our groups as well. And we look forward for future collaborations with regex too. So thank you so much. It was an amazing session.
It's a pleasure, Pratha. You can continue with your quiz session.
Yes, sir, sure. So now it's time for the quiz, and I'll quickly mention the criteria for the rewards. So this will be a quiz that will cover all the concepts that Arpit sir has taught us in 2 days. So it will cover the basic concepts only. And the winner of the quiz, that is the student at the first place, will receive a branded T-shirt and stickers from GDSC, and the first runner up and second runner up will get branded stickers from GDSC. So quickly comment in the chat box if you are ready for the quiz. Krishna, can you share the screen?
Yeah, sure.
And after this, we'll be sharing a feedback form. So please wait till the end, because only those who fill the feedback form will be able to get the certificates. And certificates are for everyone, for all the participants who have attended, because we really appreciate your will to learn. You have stayed this long and you are learning continuously with Arpit, so it's great.
Guys, until I share my screen, I just paste the link for quiz in the chat box, so you can head on there.
I think the link is in the chat box. Please quickly open the link and let's start the quiz. And
Okay,
we'll
guys. So
encourage everyone to participate.
yeah, yeah. And so the game pin is right here. I'll also put it in chat box.
Are you able to join? If you have any issues while joining, please let us know. And please join with your full name. We can wait for another 1 minute. Oh wow, that's great. Many people are hopping in. Let's see if we cross 30. Okay, 35. I see there are 47 attendees in the chat box. Do you want to miss a chance to win GDSC branded goodies? Okay, let's wait for 15 seconds more and then we can start with the quiz. Okay, cool. I think we can start. So it's the time to apply everything that you have learned in 2 days. So we are good to go now. Krishna, we can start.
Okay, sure. Yeah, guys, so get ready.
Which module can be served as an alternative to Express? Okay. Hit the answer jaldi jaldi. Okay, so let's see how many have got the correct answer. Wow, maximum students have got the correct answer. That's great. And Rohit is at top. Yash is second and Parth is third. Great. Krishna, is the next question up? Because I cannot see the question yet.
Yeah, like
Yes, yes, sir.
about to hit end.
Okay. I think I know this. Let's see how many of you know it. Wow, that's amazing. 30 have answered correctly. Rohit is again at top.